Hello, Internet. Let's see if we have some audio on this thing. Make sure it sounds fine. Make sure it sounds fine. Yeah, there's audio. Good. Hi. Today, we are doing the final real Shadowbringers stream. Because the next ones after this are going to be Intro to Endwalker. Today, we're doing the last wing of Eden. Eden's Promise, I think is what the name was. And then we're doing the Shadowbringers trials. With our boy back in El Amigo. And yeah, that's the plan. Them's the infos. Let's see. Still don't have the pants for this. Still look a bit goofy, but it's better than the first version I had yesterday. Wah, wah. Maybe these look better. Hold on. Dun, dun. Da, 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 da. God, I just want to try on stuff. Why is this restriction is so weird? Okay. Let's try these on. Guess that works. Doesn't look perfect, but what does, really? I'll do. We'll run with that for now. Okay. This whole expansion, I'm at a loss for words. What a trip. I think 4 p.m. is when we get new hunts, so I'm just gonna go pick those up. Then we can start moving. Oh, hiccups. Fun. Okay. You got some stuff for me? Yeah, it's 4 p.m. It resets now. Good to know. And this is still done? Yep. Okay, to Amarang. Lord Sook. And there's the quests. It can be weird doing this without Thancred and Rionje. Chrane, so the rumors of your knack for being in the right place at the right time are true. You see, we just completed our preparations for another expedition into the empty. Miss Reen and Miss Gaia agree that it's high time you all went to see how things are coming along. Though I must say, being at their beck and call night and day does test my patience on occasion. Understandable. Well, well, fancy seeing you here. Chrane? We were just getting ready for another ride on the Sky Slipper. Care to join us? Yes. There was one other thing I should mention before you depart. Now that the situation in Yulmore has settled down somewhat, my associates have made some headway investigating your past, Miss Gaia. Is that so? I thought that's what you wanted. So did I, but I quite like the way things are now. Digging around in my past might, I don't know, spoil it somehow. Besides, uncovering the truth behind the voice in my head and my strange powers is bound to be more interesting than whatever life it was I had in Yulmore. Uh-huh. If you even had a life in Yulmore. I understand. We'll find the answers together, just like we do with everything else. Did you make that necklace? You mean from the ice crystal we found in the battle? I was sure it would have melted by now, but it seems Irene was right. I don't even see a necklace. And yes, we had to make it into a necklace. She insisted that I have it. Oh, even though it doesn't suit me at all. Where? I don't see a necklace. Still, I suppose it makes a nice memento, so I keep it somewhere safe. Oh. Come on, Gaia. It looked lovely on you. Wait, you're not embarrassed to wear it, are you? Don't be silly. Of course I'm not. In any case, I wouldn't want to lose it while we're in the empty. Unlike the coffee biscuits you brought along, I can't just go and buy another one. They were supposed to be a surprise for Chrane. Spoiled. And in case you were wondering, I haven't been neglecting my training. I wouldn't want my skills to get rusty just because Thancred's not around. So this is... yeah, okay, so I see why you need to complete the quest line for this to happen. I'm ready for whatever lies ahead. Urianger would also be pleased to hear you've had your head in those fusty old tomes. I've even done a bit of studying myself, after all. It's up to us to take care of the empty now. Maya, what? Gaia, the mother of Earth. Taking care of the empty? Coincidence? I think not. I'm looking forward to seeing how things have changed since our last visit. Come, Chrane, let's head over to the derrick. Let's go. Da-da-da-da. Still so many quests. So many quests. Oh. You tread in my path. I shall add you to my lists. One or two? One, okay. You get to live another day over there. Let's go. She wants me to drive? I'll pilot this time. What? I didn't realize you knew how. Well, you were off training. I was practicing with another sky slipper they have at the Crystarium. Really? That's fantastic. Hardly. You've been pulling more than your own weight, and I just wanted to do what I can to contribute more. So you two sit in the back, relax, and leave it to me. There's no need to look so apprehensive, you know. Let's get going, shall we? Da-da-da-da-da-da. You get to see her drive. It's not every day you get to have Jessica Jones as a chauffeur. It's so strange suddenly seeing you at the controls. Why didn't you tell me you've been practicing? Thought I'd surprise you, that's all. Well, consider me surprised. All this time I thought you were only good for smashing things with your hammer. Bring that up again and you can walk the rest of the way. Ha ha ha! Best behave. I wouldn't want to get stranded in the empty and miss the festival. What festival? I suppose this is the first you would have heard of it. We haven't exactly been keeping it a secret, but it's still in the planning stages. You see, the return of the night sky has brought lots of changes, and while everyone's glad, the reality is it's also been quite stressful having to adapt to a new way of life. Seeing how hard our elders are working to keep the Crystarium running, youths like myself came up with the idea of hosting an event as a way of expressing our appreciation. Once we return from the empty, I'll be helping as one of the organizers. I'd offer to help, but I think you have everything well in hand. I wouldn't be so sure about that, but I'd try my best to make it a success. If everything goes well, all you need to do is turn up and enjoy yourself. How about you, Gaia? Would you like to help with the festival? What's that? I haven't been listening. My leg is cramping a bit. Piloting this thing must have made me more tense than I'd realize. Then let one of us take over. No, I'm gonna crash this thing. No, I'll be fine. Well, as long as you're sure, but if you feel like switching places, just say the word. How do you get tense from driving? How could this be? Oh. A mountain's grown in place? No. That was not the direction of Eden. Hold on. I think that explains it. The crystal's different. It's back to Earth? Or lights? Light. Does this mean there's still too much of it in the empty? I'm no expert, but this might be a result of losing control when you restored the ice element. Even though I tried to use darkness to hold back the light spilling forth, it seems it wasn't enough. Then we're right back to where we started. This is all my fault. No, Reen, you mustn't blame yourself. Oh.
You have returned to me. Restore the darkness while you still can.
A familiar voice, an inescapable fate, the promise of salvation at the precipice of ruin. In the remnants of a lost past, I would find my truth. Restore darkness. What'd you say, Gaia? Restore the darkness. The world flooded by light. That's it. We thought we'd restore balance to the six elements, but perhaps they're still too strongly aligned with light. If that's the case, maybe we can set things right by using darkness. By using darkness? Are you serious? But hold on, it might actually work. Gaia, that's a brilliant idea. I wouldn't go that far, I just remembered what I learned during our adventures, that's all. Does this mean we'll need to call on your services again? But this does mean we'll need to call on your services again, if that's alright with you. I knew there were 4 more fights, that's why I'm here. We've come this far together and we'll see our mission to the end. To Eden's core. Ba-da-ba-da. Travel to Aiden's core. We look the same. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Right, let's get started. But were there any primals aligned with darkness? I can't seem to recall any. You mean there isn't one? Well, there's Zodiark, but the Ascian's god Zodiark may be suitable, but we need something that Chrane has actually encountered and preferably defeated. Yeah. Well, does it have to be a primal for it to work? If it's just a lot of darkness that we need, perhaps there are other ways to get it. You may be right. What we ultimately need is a state of highly charged darkness. It shouldn't matter what form it takes. Does anything come to mind, Chrane? Hi. I dare say the flood of darkness had a fair bit of darkness. You mean the catastrophe that swallowed the 13th and turned it into a lifeless void? We might need something on a slightly smaller scale. Then probably the void scent option I had there. The cloud of darkness. I can't begin to imagine how powerful it must have been. I'd say we found the perfect candidate. I'm gonna fight a face again, but where to find a suitable place, one where darkness is strong? It won't be easy in a world flooded by lights. Well, we got the Warrior of Darkness and the Oracle of Darkness right here. Seems like a good enough spot to me. Oh, right here. But what about the light-aligned ether that's all around us? That's where you come in. You can suppress the light while I draw out the darkness. By combining our powers, we can make it work wherever we are. Combining our powers. Crossing the streams. Yes, between us, there's nothing we can't achieve. Don't be afraid, Gaia. I'm not afraid, just very concerned that this will all go horribly wrong. Which is the same thing, I suppose. Anyway, it's certainly not easy coming up with these plans by ourselves. That's true, but when this is over, we can reward ourselves with all sorts of delicious treats at the festival. Festival? What do you mean? We spoke about it on the way here, remember? I asked if you wanted to take part. Uh-oh. I was busy piloting the Sky Slipper, so I probably wasn't paying attention. Is your memory getting shot? Like, what's happening? Oh, well, not to worry. We can talk about that later. Right now, we got a job to do. I'll draw out the ambient ether. And I'll shift the alignments to darkness. Now, Chrane, focus your thoughts. The music in this place is kind of great. Memories of the cloud of darkness enshroud your mind. Oh. Umbra. Makes me think of Warframe every time I hear the word Umbra. Proud of you for not crying like a bitch during the last hour of Shadowbringers. Stronger man than me. Dude, like, I'm not one to, like, hold back tears whenever I feel stuff. So, I'm actually surprised I didn't break down at any part during that, because I did break down crying twice during Heavensward. So, it's not like I actively tried to avoid it. But where is it? Here it is. Yeah, the scene with the bird, Seto, that almost destroyed me for some reason. That was rough. And when the Exarch asked me to take him with me next time. Whew. Those two were the parts where I almost completely cracked. Oh.
I'm drawing out the darkness. Get ready.
Yeah. It's a great moment. One that will absolutely stay with me for a long time. What the hell are we doing here? You look different. You're not a face anymore.
It worked, Gaia. We've done it.
Who are... I guess that it does look like the same face. She has... There's more to her now. Crap, I'm a tank. Oh no. Scorch, mistakes were made. I don't know if there are tank tactics in here. He's got stance on, right? Yeah. Oh god, okay. So still too close. That explains why the Q was literally instant. Oh. I don't know what to do here. Oh god, okay. Okay, I'm not sure what the hell that was. Oh god. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh god. I still have no idea what I'm supposed to do. I haven't even activated tank stance because I don't know if I need it. Oh god. What do the floor things mean? God. This whole dungeon is stressing me out. Okay, the floor becomes crazy if you stand on it for too long. That's what happens. He doesn't seem to have any weird debuffs on him, so I'm gonna assume that I don't need to take aggro. Both healers down. God damn it. We do have 2 summoners though, but that's about to change. Oh, they got one of the healers up. God damn. Heroes. Oh, God. Oh boy. Oh boy. That stressed me the hell out because both healers were in that AoE. I was like, no! Oh, why did I try to taunt him? Jesus, that's stupid. I was like, range attack, and then I realized it's a taunt. Ugh. Over to this side. Oh god, yep, I stood in that one for too long. So it actually results in death, good to know. Okay, Jesus. Next one, I'm not going as a tank. That was stressful. Thankfully, I didn't have to do much of anything, but still. The fact that responsibility could pop up at any moment frightened the hell out of me. And when I saw the healers died, both of them, I was like, oh no, we're gonna have to redo the fights. Oh no. It just felt worse. He's a summoner. He probably was one of the ones responsible for reviving. Oh no. There we go. It's one. Okay, I got some stuff. That summoner came in clutch. Yeah, for sure. What a legend, indeed. That all went surprisingly well. Of course, we have Chrane to thank for slaying that ghastly creature. I barely helped. You were fantastic, Gaia. Anyone would think you're an old hand at this. You weren't so bad yourself. We make quite a team, don't we? We certainly do. This is gonna go horribly wrong before the day is over. I'm sure of it. I don't know about you two, but I'm itching to see whether our hard work has paid off. Let's head back. Wah, 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 wah. Wah. I don't know. Does it look any different? The plants are just as lifeless as they were before. Maybe the light's influence is still too strong. Let's look at the crystal. Oh! Oh! What in the world? That's actually kind of dope. In the fleeting hues and endless warmth, a gentle light washed over me. A glimmer of hope once lost. I mean, that looks kind of neat. Pfft. Still not sure what that enormous crystal actually does or why it changes color, but I'm sure it didn't look like that before. No, it did not. We tipped the scales away from the light, I'm sure of it, but something's wrong. Very wrong. Gaia, it's 2024. Calm yourself.
For 100 long years I have waited for this moment.
I knew it. You've been hiding inside Eden all this time.
Oh.
Oh. Oh my. That was unexpected. Okay, hi. An Ascian. I am Mitron, servant of Zodiac. He also wears a red mask, so... The voice that has whispered to me all my life.
Indeed, and thanks to you, I am all but free from my prison of light.
Does that mean Eden was used as used to seal away an Ascian? Wait, that is Eden, an Ascian transformed into a Sin Eater.
Really?
I've heard enough about Ascians to know they're nothing but trouble, but I never imagined that one of them was behind all this.
Same.
I thought restoring the darkness was my idea, but this was your plan from the very beginning. It was, but all it took was the slightest suggestion. The rest was entirely your own doing. Ah, my freedom is so close. I can almost taste it. Finally, my soul may journey beyond the flesh to which I am yet bound. I knew you would come for me, Gaia. Don't flatter yourself, you've caused me nothing but pain. If I've helped you, it wasn't intentional. It doesn't matter to him. Even now your memories elude you. Hearken unto me, Gaia, and remember. Answers? 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 I'm like the seagulls from Finding Nemo. In an age past, the world you know as the 13th was flooded by darkness. Am I right? Is she from the void? Like ripples in water, the repercussions were felt in the other shards. None more so than here in the first. It became perilously imbalanced and susceptible to the influence of light. Were light to consume the first as darkness did the 13th, it would likewise become a lifeless void, lost to our cause. We could... Yeah, that's true though. If they already lost the 13th to the void, how is it even possible for them to reunite all the shards? They've already lost one. It's already... They've already lost. They could never reunite all of it. God damn it. We could not allow this mistake to be repeated. It was our duty to safeguard this world from the same fate. After a time, Emetzel conceived of a plan to trigger a rejoining, utilizing the very light we had labored to keep in check, and tasked us with bringing the plan to fruition. Yeah, exactly. This is what I've been saying this whole time. That they wanted the light to consume this place. Because it's already tilted in that favor. Elidibus said it was to maintain balance. I don't think they wanted this one to reunite, just balance the void. Yeah, but the void is already reunited. As far as I understand it. Or they tried to, maybe? I don't remember. It's... Anyway, like, the ultimate goal of the three Asians were to, like, basically cause 13 calamities to reunite all the 13 reflections with the source to combine it back to what it once was when they were alive. But the fact that they've already lost one to complete darkness, I would assume technically means they've already lost their own battle. But I guess they started the idea that turning this one into a, like losing this one to the lights would balance out the loss of the void, and maybe that would counteract the fact that they completely destroyed them. The void still exists, yeah, I mean, which means the rejoining didn't happen. Maybe, yes. Yeah, that makes sense. They're waiting for this one to be completely swallowed by the light before they trigger a rejoining for both of them, because they will not be like actual worlds anymore. They're just going to be like a completely consumed by either light or dark. So they need to be counterbalanced to be able to, like, that's why they're doing this with the first. They both need to be extreme to like come together in an equilibrium of some sort. So that's why the void is still around, and why they are actively trying to make this world get consumed by light. That makes sense. Okay. We got there. But at the last, we were thwarted by Ardbert and his companions. Though our resolve was strong, theirs was stronger still, and as we fell, so too was the light unleashed. For us, however, death is not the end. Though our bodies may perish, our souls live on, withdrawing but temporarily to the rift. We know this. We were there. Until you can find a new body to possess. I too would have been reborn, but ere my soul could leave its corporeal form, Ardbert struck me with a blade of purest light, and that light enveloped my body, twisting it beyond recognition. Into Eden. Did he make the first Sin Eater? Is that what he's telling me right here? Ardbert! Eden, the first Sin Eater. My soul felt such agony as I had never known, and then I knew no more. In my insensate, instinctive state, influenced by Ardbert's fervent desire to banish darkness, I unleashed the light burgeoning down with me, and it spread as an all-consuming wave to every corner of the world. So it is Ardbert's fault, in a way. God damn it. Ultimately, it's the Ascians' fault because they started this whole shit, so... The Flood of Light, so... Oh, the Flood of Light, so that's how Sin Eaters came to be. Yeah, didn't we know that? Was I just... assuming that? All would have been lost had not the one called Minfilia appeared, halting the light's inexorable advance. She saved what little still remained of the world. In the process, she also restored to me a sliver of my consciousness. Though I remained trapped in my altered form, motionless, I was capable only of feeble whispering. Emmet Selk, couldn't he have saved you? Why would he care? Perhaps he could have, if such had been his wish. Far easier, however, to simply find another piece of my fractured soul to replace me. From his perspective, there was no need to intervene and potentially disturb the balance of ether, and so here I remained. Is he Ardbert under this mask? Please, not again. I cannot take it. It looks like his face. So, but that wouldn't make sense because he was struck down by Ardbert and then trapped here. So when would he have had time to go and grab Ardbert's form? No. So after you failed, he left you here to rot. Some friend he turned out to be. Sounds about right. Thus abandoned, I called out for what seemed like an eternity to the only soul who could save me. You, Gaia. Is she part of his soul? All this time you were calling to me for help? Yes, but you had forgotten me, forgotten our duty. She's either part of his old soul or she's another Ascian. Though vestiges of your true power remained, you could not wield it at will. Time went by and eventually change came. The light began to subside and the dark of night returned. Gradually, my voice grew stronger until I was able to exert my will over you. You wanted me to free your soul from Eden, which is why you had me attack it. Another plan that ended in failure, thanks to Chrane. Well, it's not over yet. Indeed. Thankfully, your subsequent attempts to restore this barren land allowed Eden to absorb more and more ether aligned closer to darkness, gradually eroding the cage of light that holds me. Owing to your most recent efforts, my mind is wholly my own once more, and I'm able to project my image beyond those confines. Then all this time we've been helping to free an Ascian? That's a fine tale, but why should I care about any of it? What are you to me? He's probably your soul, dude. Come with me to Eden's core. There all shall be made clear. Wait! Oh boy. So just like Reen is part of Minfilia's soul, Gaia is part of his soul, I'm assuming. Because they are mirrors of each other. I have a bad feeling about this, but if we want to restore the land, we need to know what we're dealing with. Reen? I've just realized something. If Eden has been absorbing all that rebalanced ether, that must be why we've been struggling to restore life to the empty. I suppose we can think about that later, though. Yeah, we need to destroy Eden to have it, like, disperse all the ethereal energy, I guess. More importantly, it seems I've lost control over Eden, most likely because of the Ascian. Urianger specifically warned us about not listening to the fairy's honeyed words, so we'd better think this through before we go rushing in. Oh, if only he and Thancred were here now. What are you talking about? You want me to go talk to them? I'm sorry, guy. I shouldn't be so quick to lose heart. What? No, that's not what I meant. Who are Urianger and Thancred? The memory is fucky wucky. Wait. I know those people, I'm sure of it, but why can't I remember them? Oh boy. She's gonna get reabsorbed by the Ascian. She's not gonna live through this storyline, and Reen's gonna be alone. Jesus Christ. I thought something was strange when I mentioned the festival on board Eden. It was as though you had no recollection of our earlier conversation. This is most likely connected to Mitron. Damn it all. What more is that fiend going to take from me? To tell the truth, the thing that frightens me most is that you might forget about us. The silence. That won't happen. For every memory I lose, we'll make 2 more together. And if I need to know something, I can just ask you. Why not start by telling me about Urianger and Thancred? To be honest, my nerves are all a jitter, so I need something to help me settle down before we confront Mitron. I don't have the time for this. I guess I did. Never mind. Urianger is probably the most intelligent person I know. He spends a lot of time reading, but he also says that he can't learn everything from you can't learn everything from books, and encouraged me to go out and see the world for myself. Sounds sensible to me. Much better to experience things firsthand than to read about someone else's. Like those coffee biscuits. No book could ever describe how good they are. Is there anything else you can tell me about him, Chrane? Oh boy. He can walk on water until he can't. He is devoted to the study of prophecies. That's true. That's all he did in A Realm Reborn. Prophecies are funny things, if you ask me. If people know that something terrible is going to happen, they'll go and prevent it, which would make the prophecy untrue. I wonder what Urianger would say to that. Tee-hee. As for Thancred, he's the one who freed me from Yulmore. At first, I thought of him as my knight in shining armor, but really, he was much more than that. We traveled all over Norvrent. He helped me become the person I am today. He even gave me my name. His gift for song won the heart of many a fair lady, or so he claims. He's also an expert in infiltration. I'm not about to spread rumors about my best friends. That would explain how he was able to sneak into Yulmore and rescue the damsel in distress, just like in the songs. I'm hardly a damsel in distress, but I suppose I was back then. But Thancred's taught me how to fight and survive. She went from having 3 dads to now having a single dad. It's a rough life out here. While we're on the subject, that gunblade over there belonged to Thancred. Sure did. And now he has a new one that just looks just like it. As far as mementos goes, it's a bit on the cumbersome side, but it reminds me of our adventures together, even though there's little chance I'll ever see him again. It still feels like he's here with me. Keeping your memories close. You know what? I should keep a diary. Even if I forget everything, at least I will have something to look back on. Not a bad idea. That's a brilliant idea. Since we're going to be making lots of new memories together, maybe I could write in it too. As long as you improve your handwriting before you go scrawling all over it. I'd like your entries to be vaguely legible, if you don't mind. Of course, your ladyship. But before that, we've got an Ascian to deal with. Let's get this over with. Yes, Jessica Jones. Doop, 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 doop. Oh boy, Ascian time. We came as you asked, so start talking. Why settle for mere words when I offer something far greater? Eden will now afford you a glimpse of the past, more than a glimpse in fact. It will be as real as any of the foes you yourselves have conjured forth. Conjured forth? Wait, you don't mean to perform a summoning, do you? Smile. I do. I shall recreate the battle of 100 years past, which pitted Arbert and his fellow warriors of light against their nemesis, the Shadowkeeper. I know who'll play the part of Ardbert. Hello. Just as Emmet Salk recreated the final days of Amarot. Let's teach this guy something. He doesn't know that, probably. Is that so? It seems much and more has occurred during my absence. No doubt he employed creation magics to breathe life into his recollections of the past. And what do you hope to achieve with this history lesson of yours? You shall see, you shall remember. Now your very soul will revisit that fateful day 100 years ago. Gaia, you can't trust Mitron. If you do, you'll end up being manipulated again. Reen. You're right. My days of being controlled by this demon are over. I have a new life now, and I won't let anyone take that away from me. My will is my own. You have no hold over me. This is all you're doing, accursed minion of light. I should be the one at her side, not you or anyone else. I will take her beyond the reach of your poisonous influence and keep her safe. Why is she so important to you? Yeah. What have you done with Gaia? Smile. Nothing yet, but soon I will restore her to her true self, and you will help me to do so by conquering the adversary I present before you. Okay, alright. He took both of us. Kidnapping. Crystal still looks the same. Reen? What the hell is happening? I knew it was risky trusting an Ascian, but we played right into Mitron's hands. We'll do whatever it takes to save Gaia. There's no choice but to do as Mitron said. We'll do whatever it takes to save Gaia. Agreed. There's no telling what kind of danger she's in, but wherever she is, I know she's giving her all. Even though we're apart, we'll fight as one. Together we'll bring an end to Mitron's wicked schemes. It looks like Mitron's grip on Eden has loosened somewhat, perhaps to allow me to send you to the battlefield. Once you... Oh no. Once you get there, don't let your guard down. While this may be a reenactment of a moment in history, the threat you face is very real. Whatever happens, you must make it through this. Gaia's counting on us. Okay, you ready? You're done in the cutscene. Okay, so I'm just gonna queue us up then. Average wait 10 minutes? What? Do people hate this fight or something? Want a tank? Hell no. We already have 2 tanks. There we go. That was a quick 10 minutes, you're right. But I guess they did mention that time works different in the first. Wait. Here we go. Eden's Promise, Litany. Oh.
So this all took place 100 years ago. But what does it have to do with Gaia?
Oh, I've seen that thing on the store. That's the Shadow Keeper? You can buy that and ride that thing. What the hell? The Shadow Keeper? Is she the Shadow Keeper? I have no clue what the hell we're doing right now. Okay, where do I want to stand? Okay, not here. Good to know. The tank seemed a bit indecisive. I shouldn't complain. I actively avoid tanking. That's a cool thing right there. Okay, so he beams the opposite side. Good to know. Oh no! I see I'm not the only person in here still doing the patches. It's me and the tank who still have sprouts. Everyone else is already in, at least into Endwalker. Oh, I see. I was too slow. Just following the group now. Oh boy. Wait. What? Excuse me? You can get that sword from the vendor in town. Why the hell is this thing standing up? Prepares to reveal its true form. My world consumed by darkness, the source of my power. What, like a... Is he a denizen of the void? Is that what he's saying? Oh no! Oh god, oh no, he's looking right at me. I have no idea what this means. No! That was so close. Okay, I have no idea how to tell with that that move. Shadowkeeper. Reveals his true form. What would that be? Oh, just darkness? Oh god. Oh my god, okay. He's back up on his hind legs. Creepy bastard. Am I gonna eat this one alone? Can we get someone up to help me? Hi. Oh no! Back to the other side. Back to the other side. Maybe he's gonna do it again. Maybe not. That's what he did before, but I guess something is different now. Oh my god, okay. Oh, that's when he does the two swing. Okay. A lot of positioning in this one. Oh god. Okay, which one is gonna beam the room this time? How do you know? How do you know which one it is? Tail. Oh god. So I guess the deep shadow gear is influenced by this character then. Down he goes. Woo! Blah, 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 blah. Da 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 da. Brock cigar. GG healers. I mean, yeah. Those goddamn healers, man. Okay. We're fighting for this stuff now. There we go. Cool design, but that's my least favorite next to Titan. Wiped twice on that first time I did it. Damn. Yeah, no, that... I can absolutely see how that one would lead to trouble. That was kind of rough. Bum, 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 bum. Mitron's returned Gaia to us, but I have a feeling this isn't over yet. No, I have a feeling she's different. Is she fully corrupted? The Warrior of Light. Warriors of Light. The Shadowkeeper. I've seen this all before. Yes, you and I joined our powers as one to create the Shadowkeeper. We bore witness to its battle with the Warriors of Light. Okay. Our power. So I was there. I wasn't alone. So she's an Ascian. I'm assuming. No, guy, it's not true. It can't be. You can't have been there 100 years ago. Look deep inside. You know it was real. Cast aside those worthless memories and embrace who you truly are. Oh my god. Emet-Selch was named Hades. That's a Greek god. Guess what Gaia is. So obvious. Worthless? Now I see. This is why you've been tampering with my memories ever since I was a child. Just so, and now I possess the means to purge them entirely. Your rebirth will finally be complete.
Join me, and together we will rule the galaxy. Your journey to the dark side will be complete.
You've no right to deny me a life, to rob me of what I hold most precious. My memories may seem worthless to you, but not to me. I will never be yours. My place is here, in this world, in this life, in this moment. Wherever my friends are, that is where I belong. Girl, you're an Asian. Then you would turn your back on our glorious past, on the lives we once lived. Any past I may have shared with you is long gone. I live in the here and now, striving to build a better future, and I'll be damned if I let you take that away from me. Well. To be reunited at long last, only to be shunned. Would that I had died with you, to be reborn. Even without knowledge of your past, we may yet forge a future together. So they're like Hawkman and Hawkgirl. I'm sick of your riddle. Speak plainly or not at all. You and I fought the Warriors of Light as one, joined in both body and soul. When Ardbert struck his final blow, the light tore through the bonds that held us. Though you perished, I was condemned to a far worse fate. My flesh became my prison, and I was cursed to remain here, an abomination, while you lived on with others at your side. I will suffer it no more. You belong to me. So, are they two separate Asians, or is she just a part of his soul? I'm still not sure about that part. I too was once held against my will, robbed of my freedom, to be trapped and alone for 100 years. I can't begin to imagine the pain you must have felt. But that doesn't give you the right to deny Gaia a chance at happiness. We once knew happiness, true happiness, until fate conspired to tear us apart. I will never let that happen again. We shall be joined as one. My memory is yours. Together for all eternity. Okay. Wow. Oh. The darkness, it's rising within me. Oh. That mark. I don't remember what his looked like. This would tell me if they're the same or different. What is this? Why am I... Hold on, Gaia. Whatever it is, you mustn't give in. They're different. Okay. Who are you? There it is. I've been waiting for that to happen. Yes, now nothing will keep you from me. I am yours and you are mine. Uh-huh. They're doing the fusion dance again. Another Asian Prime? Are you kidding me? Nice. Combining the emblems.
We are one. Remember, for I am Asian Prime.
Oh boy. So it's true. Gaia really is a reincarnated Asian.
The girl you once knew is no more. The Asian who held the seed of Logrif is all that remains. Gaia is her true name.
Just like Emet-Selch being actually named Hades. So that there's Gaia, and there's probably a bunch of other Greek gods out there as well. For all we know, like La Habrea and Elidibus might have been named Zeus and Poseidon. Like, We don't know. Oh! Oh, how many seats? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shit. Well, I mean, there must have been either 14 and 1 is vacant, or there were 13 because they removed mine. Okay, Milton. Mitron. Milton. Mitron. Oh, Logriff, how long has it been? How long have I dreamed of this day? She aged like 20 years. Is that you, Mitron? Forgive me, I didn't recognize you. In my defense, my memories have only recently been restored. My mind is still a little hazy. Hardly surprising. No matter how many times we are reborn, it is disorienting to have everything change around you. Even so, I immediately recognized your resplendent soul, and I cling to the hope that one day you will likewise remember mine. You always were a forgetful one. I could never forget you, try as I might. But tell me, what do you know of my past? I admit my memories may need refreshing. Weezer starts playing. We served together as members of the Convocation of 14, dedicated, not dictated, dedicated to the summoning of Lord Zodiac. Although the task assigned to you eventually fell to Elidibus. Interesting. Yes, I remember. Amidst the chaos and despair, you never left my side, my loyal protector. But in the end, it was in vain. I was powerless to prevent Hydaelyn from tearing our world asunder. So I heard from Emet-Selch. We labor to make our world whole again. That's why he restored my memories, so that I can play my parts. Our parts. Alone we struggle, but by joining your power with mine, we may yet succeed. My power? You always were one for flattery. Oh, I assure you, I'm quite sincere. It would be my honor to serve the cause alongside you, and I shan't take no for an answer. Well, that's how you talk to women. Jesus. The honor is mine. For as much as I chide and tease you, you are everything to me, my inspiration. When I'm with you, I fear nothing. Promise me that we'll never be parted again. I promise. Even should fate conspire to separate us, I will reach out to you, wherever you may be. And I will come running. Love?
We were destined to find each other, to awaken our buried past and be born anew. Though our brethren employ crystals to return sundered souls to their office, without them such a feat was beyond my reach. But by becoming one in mind and body, my memories are yours. At last, you have awoken. Now the time has come to restore our world to the utopia it once was.
Let Gaia go.
You are not worthy to speak that name. If you must call her anything, use the name chosen by her parents. If you even know what that is.
No. To me, her name is Gaia. And nothing you say about her makes any difference to me. I don't care if she's an Ascian. She's my friend.
Was your friend. Never again will she answer to your cries.
Why is he playing a piano? We'll break the shackles that bind her. Your wicked schemes have gone far enough. We're taking Gaia back.
Accursed servants of light, you will not tear us apart again.
Uh-oh. What is this? Visions in my mind. Summoning?
All your hopes and fears turned against you. There is no escape from your pasts. My name is Amazon Prime. I deliver every weekday.
And he goes. What a piece of shit. Voice of the soul. No, my memories, they're being used to fuel a summoning. Is this how it feels to have that fairy inside my mind? To think Gaia had to endure it for so long. You're right, however bad this is, it's nothing compared to what she's going through now. But if the summoning really is based on my hopes and fears, it will most likely create a foe unlike any you've ever fought before. Whatever it may be, I believe in you. We'll find a way through this. I know it. Da-na-na-na. What? Anamorphosis. Oh boy. That doesn't sound foreboding at all. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what hell beast she has created. Again, time flows different in this world. Tank man, please. Please. Hey, Johnny Tankman has finally accepted. Jonathan Tankman. Okay. Anamorphosis. What is
I know this
morphosizing?
place. It's the jail in Yulmore.
Are we finally fighting the lion? No. Oh, god damn it. It's the Dragon Master.
Whatever stands in our way,
Oh
we
boy.
will never give up hope.
That's not the Dragon Master, that's Thancred, dude. That's Thancred, Dragon Master, Valkyrie's Wings. That's
think
a
that
whole
this
lot of
could be
just
born from my
fusion
memories.
stuff.
That creature is passing on its ether.
How about you?
Oh god. There's a lot of people that almost fell off there.
You're not going anywhere. Thor!
Speaking of nothing, I'm wondering when we're gonna get the new ability, job ability video to see the remakes on the Dragoon and all that stuff.
How about you?
Jesus.
You're not going anywhere. Thor! Light claim you!
I sense a surge in the ether.
Why are we standing back here? Oh, the center would do damage as well. Okay, I see.
Come, show me your strength. Beast of my blood, answer my call.
Oh, yeah.
Let's try something else.
The blade is imbued with light.
How about you? You're not going anywhere.
Oh, crap.
The light will cleanse your sins.
The light's so strong. I can't sense anything else.
Why are we running around like if like we were in a pool? Oh God! Why would he? Well, that makes no sense.
A feeble shield protects nothing. Light claim you.
God.
How about you?
Oh God. Hello God, it's me.
How about you?
Oh no.
Feeble shield protects nothing. Light claim you.
Where do we go? Oh, okay. Nope.
How about you?
No. Forget that he does the wide thing right after. Oh my god, it's done. Woo! Woo! Thank 3 the Dragon Master is done.
She deserves all the happiness in the world.
That wasn't too bad. I was scared what we were going to be seeing in here, but yeah, worked out. Can't wait to get no gear again. Yay. Got 1. You get away from her, you bitch. So this is the way of the Ascians, to use the memories of our loved ones against us. Yeah.
The fragmented souls should triumph over the fears while we succumb to ours, thereby setting our star upon a course of ruin. That inferior being such as you should succeed while we failed. It defies all logic.
This is probably one of my favorite designs for anything in this game, honestly. It looks dope. Now's your chance. Gaia's still in there, fighting to free herself from Lawgriff's will.
Even now you would defy us? We will remove every last vestige of your meaningless mortal existence.
Oh, well that's rude. Gaia's memories are being destroyed.
Impurities must be purged. We shall begin by erasing you from her past, then by your deaths erase you from her future. There is no place for you in our Utopia.
Utopia. He just... We may be mere mortals, our souls fragmented, but our existence is not meaningless. And you should understand this. Before you awoke as an Ascian, you lived as one of us. You had your own memories, and surely they mean something. The lives you led can't all have been for nothing.
To we who have known perfection, they are less than nothing.
Compared to yours, our lives may seem insignificant. Nevertheless, we live them to the fullest. And though it may take us 1,000 years, we have the potential to build every bit as wonderful, a world every bit as wonderful as yours. But you won't even allow us to change. You won't even allow us a chance to live our own lives and forge our own futures. Whatever
you forge will inevitably crumble to dust, but we are immortal, our legacy eternal. If our world cannot be made complete as it once was, we will create a perfect moment that shall last forever. By our hands shall we play the piano, very strangely so. By our hands shall our paradise be made, where there is no beginning and no end.
Oh. Eden's absorbing enormous amounts of ether. At this rate, the whole world will be drained. Whoop.
Peace out.
Oh, nope. He just couldn't be bothered to move a few feet.
Light and darkness, the elements of nature, all in harmony, a sublime utopia where time has no meaning. Even we shall become one with Eden, free to live in peace for eternity.
Gaia! You may not. There's only one thing for it. I'll try to disrupt the balance of ether and create an opening for you. We can't let it end like this. It's up to us to save Gaia. I'm not gonna go all anime about love, friendship, and courage. Mitron won't get away with this. What? Uh-huh. Before we queue, I have some business to attend to. This will take a grand total of 90 seconds. And it's such a dumb thing to be annoyed by, but here we are. Wow. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da. Ba-da. There we go. Now, just for my own curiosity, what does this whole thing look like in soot black? Okay. Legs don't look any different. The boots do. Give me 5 minutes? Yeah, for sure. So I'm guessing we're dyeing the gloves as well then. That's it. I guess I could have just used this on the glam itself in the inn. So I guess we're taking one more. In about 3 hours, I need to take a break for like 20 to 30 minutes. At like 8:40, 8:45, something like that. Just so that's out there. Okay, now we put this on the gear. There we go. And now we put it on the gear in here. There we go. Nice. Done. Do 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 do. $477, almost enough to buy the legs for the armor set. Oh, it's this gear you buy for nuts. That's what he was using. The legs and the helmets. 510. Okay, that should be after this raid, though. And the knives, of course. Of course! I'm trying to save up 3.2k nuts, I think it is, to get the mounts. Then I'm gonna be buying gear from there. Bam, bam, bam. Eorzea collection. What does the Eden gear look like in this wing? Oh, it's this one. The kind of cool but also strange looking one. Other weapons. It's this one. The fending one looks dope, but the other ones I'm not that sure about. I guess aiming looks alright, but it looks very similar to this. Is this the final fight, by the way? Is this the fourth one? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it is the last one. Fun. What fun. Da 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 da. Da da. right. Scorch, where you at, though? Where you at? Ba-da-ba-da-da. Bum, bum, bum. I love that it starts glowing when you equip it or unsheath it, because it reacts to my ether. Cutscene over? Jesus Christ. That damn expansion, dude. Okay. Here we go. No, don't worry. Okay. What level MSQ are you at now? 84. Ooh. Yeah. Da da da. Da da. Da da da. Have you done the start of the Bozja questline yet for the relic weapon? Because that's also one of those, I cannot believe this is side content. This is insane. I mean, it's like an hour and a half, so it's not bad at all. And you end it with getting the base relic weapon for nothing. You don't have to go chase fates or anything like that. You just get a base weapon. So it's kind of nice. Plus the story is crazy. Is it important? I think so. Like, it even gives you a trial for doing it. It's, I would absolutely recommend it. It started by talking to a dude in, it's literally the only thing I didn't do, since it's unlock a Eureka-esque zone. Yeah, it is Eureka adjacent, I think, but it's like they've taken some changes, as far as I understand, from Eureka to make it more manageable and a bit more fun. Because Eureka has a bunch of elemental bullshit in it that does not exist in the Bosha stuff. But the intro quest line doesn't dive into anything of that. It's just a story for like 60 to 90 minutes. And you start it with talking to a dude right here in Kugane. Yeah, I would absolutely recommend you doing it. It's cool as hell. Now, I don't know if it has more deep story stuff after getting the base weapon. I've no clue. But that's stuff I'm not gonna, most likely not gonna dive into now. Because I feel like that's when it goes over to being more like Eureka. So that I'm probably gonna leave it alone after that. Or leave it alone from the point I'm at. Then we'll go back and deal with that when we're all caught up on the game. This is the first time the timer has worked correctly. Yeah, I think Dawn Trail is gonna be out before either of us is like caught up with past content. So at least we'll have a lot to do during content droughts. Because even though we've done most stuff running through the expansions, we're still gonna have a lot of cleanup to do. How do you checkmark what stuff you've done in the list? Because I just green mark them. That way I don't have to think about them anymore. You do it too, okay. I should probably look at that list and see what I can check off here, because I haven't really looked at it since finishing Shadowbringers. Okay. I basically only have Hildebrand stuff left in Stormblood. In Shadowbringers. Crafter quests for the reputations. I have that one in Yulmore. Let's go there and check it out. Yulmore Gemstone Trader. Oh, rank 3 in Lakeland, Calusia, Amarang, Ilming. No, I don't have that. Kaishir Custom Deliveries. I don't have that. probably try to get more into the true endgame of Glamour when I'm caught up. How are you not already involved in the Glamour endgame? It's so easy. It's such a simple system. Where is the staircase, dude? Oh, it is here. Okay. I have a few saved sets mainly for my main classes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Do I not have this? Hold on. Oh. Here we go. The finale. It's like he's playing the piano coming down. I would have saved you with the power of light!
Eden will become a utopia.
Okay.
One that we may share for all eternity.
That's some Persona shit.
She's still in there. Somewhere.
Doubt.
I won't give up on our future, Gaia. No matter what.
Joined as one, never to be parted, unbound by past or future in this single perfect moment.
Jesus.
We shall draw your memories from you.
Oh, all the primals? Ow. Please stop draining him. I want to take a picture. There we go.
And they will be your undoing.
Ow.
Must you interfere?
Yes.
Our utopia will only be complete. Once you are erased from our memory.
Wait, you disconnected? Oh no.
You've got to protect her memories.
Oh boy.
Hurry!
Yeah.
You would defy us.
That is truly a time to have your game disconnect.
Delicious, aren't they?
What?
These are actually quite good.
See? Let's have another one. Half each?
Do we stand in this? Guess so. Okay. To absorb the brunt of the attack.
What happened to the other half?
Am I being erased from her memory?
Yes. Oh, Arbirds.
I told you it would make a great necklace.
It's beautiful. I think it'll really suit you.
Me? But I thought you should have it.
They shatter. They fade.
Is this ice? Where did this come from?
Oh boy.
If this goes on much longer, she'll forget everything.
Retire your influence.
Oh, they just smashed the hell out of that memory, huh?
How about this one?
We have a person in here called Tsundere-chan.
That's
Jesus.
my color. Now, this one on the other hand.
Uh-oh.
What am I doing with this? I'd never wear this color.
No! We can't let this happen!
Bada bing, bada boom. His memory goes kaboom. Yeah, this isn't Persona shit.
We shall bring eternal harmony. Tranquility and vitality in perfect balance.
Makes sense for Gaia.
Why will you not disappear? No! Our utopia cannot fall!
I should probably stand with the rest of the group.
Now your memories belong to us.
Oh god.
Memories of ice.
Oh god, okay. Huh? I didn't see a single opening on the floor. Now I did, but it's too late! What is that weapon? Avatar Scythe. Interesting.
Memories of all.
Oh god. No.
Now your memories belong to us.
Oh no. I keep falling for that shit. Paradise within thee.
A utopia. A dream.
So long. Eden's promise complete. Oh boy, who gets the Gaia? Ah! Ah! Bullshit. That's the second time you've gotten the minion at the end. And again, I just am not getting gloves from these. Interesting. Ugh, my back. Whew. That's the end, though, I'm guessing. So you spit her back out. We did it! She's free at last, or at least that's how it seems. She won't wake up. Guy, I don't know if you can hear me, or even if you even remember who I am, but just give me a sign that you're alright, please. Say something. Anything. You brought her back once before, you can do it again. You're right, Chrane. I mustn't lose hope. Wait, what's this? It's the necklace. But she said she left it back in the Crystarium. Maybe she likes it a lot more than she lets on. I suppose it does hold a lot of memories for both of us. Wait, there might be a way we can use this to bring her back. Try calling Gaia's Nelm. What? Try calling Gaia's name to help bring her back to her senses. Active time maneuver. Really? / say Gaia. Right here, come back to us. The necklace begins to glimmer. She can hear us. I know she can. Now all we can do is pray that she'll return. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Gaia, I know you're in there somewhere. If you're lost, I'll find a way to reach you. I swear it. Interesting. We're back in the silent void again, freaking me out. Where am I? Right. Where am I? Oh. Ah, screw the mug. Metron, I'm finally free of you, it seems. Dearest Gaia, that fate should part us once more. Still, this is what you wanted. There's no need to be quite so upset. What do you mean? You've been released from Eden, free to be reborn. Perhaps one day fate will bring us together again in another life. After all, you've already found me once, in spite of everything. I might even be one to find you. I fear you will come to forget me, to forget the times we shared. Ironic. Perhaps. After all, memories are such fragile things. That's why I'm planning to keep a diary. Even after I'm gone, my memories will live on. For future generations to discover. Yes, they'll read the tale of the girl bound by duty, and of her loyal protector arrived in her hour of need. Perhaps you might leave out the part where that protector was the one who needed saving. You have grown strong, Gaia. If I'd found you sooner, then maybe... Wait, don't leave me! He dead. For now. Until we meet again, Artemis. What is with all the Greek god names? Whose name did I just... Well, never mind that for now. I need to get out of here. Wherever here is. I feel as though there was somewhere I'm supposed to be, but I can't for the life of me remember where. Oh. What's this? Is this ice? It certainly looks like it, but it doesn't seem to melt. And it shines so brightly. I've seen this before. That's it. There was a girl, but what was her name? Reen? Oh, Gaia. Reen. I can hear you. I can't find my way out of here. Hold on, I'm coming for you. Jesus. She cut the void open. Huh. Using the gunblade. Oh. Whoa. Yo, that looks great. You remembered. I could never forget you, try as I might. Ha ha ha. This place looks cool as hell. Whoa. Don't eat the apple from that tree. Just a heads up. So the ether that Eden had absorbed was returned to the land. Now, just like Mitron, the empty can finally be reborn. Though it can hardly be called the empty now. It's a utopia. Damn. This place looks dope now. Hell yeah. Oh, we can no longer go in there. I'm thrilled that we've been able to restore the empty, but I can't stop thinking about Mitron and Logriff. It seems to me that they were only bound to their duty because of their memories. It seems that there's something within that doesn't want to be forgotten. Their souls live on no matter how many times they go through the cycle of death and rebirth. I wonder what their lives would have been like if they'd never remembered and had carried on living amongst us mortals. Then again, I suppose I am Logriff in a way, but still me. You know what? I'm actually going to try and keep track of all the Asian names. Hold on. Because there's so many of them. Let's see here. Ascones. Asians. Names. La Habrea, Elidibus, and Emmet Selk. Heaven's Word 1, which I don't remember. We have... Can she tell me their names again? Metron and Logriff. Metron, Logriff. See, Emet-Selch is Hades. Metron is Artemis. Logriff is Gaia. So it's all fun and games until one of them turns out to be Kronos. Not the god of time, but the Titan. That's when all the fun's over. Okay. Let's wrap this up. I still can't believe this is happening. It's a dream come true. I just wish the others were here to see it. Perhaps Gaia could pay them a visit and share the good news. She's an Ascian. Gaia, but how would she do that? Well, Ascians can travel between worlds, can't they? I might be able to do it too if I find a way to use my Ascian powers. It may prove a bit tricky now that I'm separated from Mitron, though. Well, to be honest, I'd like it if you stay in this world, at least for a while, while we still have so much to do together, after all. Actually, I wanted to ask something. When you say the others, do you mean Thancred, the Bookworm, and Urianger, your knight in shining armor? It's the opposite. No, it's the other way around. Oh, is it? Seems my memory's even less reliable than it was before. The main thing is, the whispering in my head has stopped, so I shouldn't have any more bouts of amnesia. Even so, there's part of me that'll miss hearing the fairy's voice. I mean, if it was part of her for so long, it's not that strange. I know how you feel, Gaia. Anyway, we've all been through rather a lot, so why don't we head back to civilization for some much-needed rest? Alright, leave the piloting to me. Dun, 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 dun. I know she insisted on piloting the Sky Slipper, but given her recent exertion, perhaps it wasn't such a good idea. I wish we could have seen what the area looked like on the way back. In case it was more changed than just the tiny area we've been in. I understand that keeping the Sky Slipper here allows us to save fuel from traveling all the way back to Mordsuk, but can't we just carry a bit extra? It's not easy crossing the desert in heels, you know? I seem to remember you weren't too enthused when I suggested buying sensible walking boots. Come to think of it, maybe we should rest here for a while. You must be tired after all that piloting. I'm fine. Besides, I had the two of you to keep me company. It was over before I knew it. Taking in the scenery with the wind in my hair really helped clear out the cobwebs, too. Perhaps I should see about getting my very own Sky Slipper. Hey, I thought you were outside. Hi. 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 What do you want from me, dude? What do you want? What? You can't just buy one? Even if you could, they'd cost a fortune. I'm sorry, that must be my Ylmoran upbringing speaking. I'll have you know, I'm almost as comfortable in more humble surroundings, like Mordsuk, for example. That reminds me, it's time we made our way there and told Ylfort all about it. All about, well, everything. Dude. Yes, I know you're here. You ate not long ago, dude. Ate not long ago. I need to give him something. Or let him outside. Something. I'll be right back. Come, dude. Okay. Just gonna do this. Do that. And then cam back on. Hi. What's your plan? Trial stuff? Yes. I'm gonna turn this quest line in, and then we're doing the trials. Welcome back. I take it all is well in the empty. It is now. Not everything went quite as we'd planned, but to put it mildly, but we managed to revive the ambient ether. Now all we need to do is wait for the changes to become widespread. Truly. Wonderful, just wonderful. I shall share the tidings with our inner circle. And perhaps it is time more people knew of your expeditions as well. Of course, we'll continue to monitor the situation, but I'm sure it won't be long before we can allow members of the citizenry to make their own forays into the empty. Is this it? Is this the finale? I'm pleased to say that I too have some good news to share. Our investigators in Yulmore have finally found information pertaining to Gaia's true identity. Really? As it pertains to matters of a private nature, the information is being treated as highly confidential, so I haven't actually looked at it myself, but I imagine it includes Gaia's real name. I'm gonna bet you that she doesn't want to know. To be honest, I'd prefer not to know. But why? You see, I've come to learn a lot about my past, even before my life in Yulmore. I know now that I'm the reincarnation of Logriff and Ascian, and Mitron, the one who was transformed into Eden, was someone very special to me. But for 100 years, Mitron called out to me in the hope we'd be reunited. But there was no answer. Even so, Mitron held on to those precious memories of our life together, and stopped at nothing to make them a reality once more. I know now that Mitron wanted the same as us, wanted the world to be as it once was. Yes, it's a shame that things turned out the way they did. In those 100 years of solitude, that dream became an obsession. Just like all the other Ascians. I would have likewise succumbed to the darkness within if it weren't for Reen and Chrane. If someone had also been there for Mitron, who knows what might have happened. That's why from now on I want to help those in need, to give their dreams a chance to come true. For me, the name Gaia symbolizes hope, and though each of our lives may be a drop in the great river of time, hope springs eternal. Gaia. So, I'm sorry, while I appreciate your efforts to find my past, I'm looking to the future now, as Gaia. No need to apologize, Miss Gaia. As long as you're happy, then so are we. Right, I expect my colleagues will be keen to turn their attention to the empty. If you'll excuse me, I have expeditions to arrange. Till next time. So, what shall we do now? Come on, Reen, don't tell me you've forgotten. The festival at the Crystarium, remember? Don't even think about leaving me out. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Oh! Ha ha ha! Hey. Oh shit, Baldur's Gate? Hell yeah. Have fun with that. Sounds like a good time. Okay, time to unlock the savage stuff. The final stuff. Final report? As a matter of fact, I'm rather curious to read it myself. And while I've yet to actually receive it, I was pleased to hear that your latest venture has met with success. Be that as it may, the readings did give me cause for concern. That was no ordinary ethereal disturbance, but I'm certain that all will be adequately explained by the reports. Unfortunately, Miss Reen tells me there may be a slight delay. She will inform me once it is finished and they're ready to make the journey back here to Mordsuk. I shall contact you via Link Pearl as soon as I hear from her. Okay, that's surprising. Some days later. Okay. Here's the report, written by yours truly. I think you'll find it quite a riveting read, if I do say so myself. Oh, so you've taken over from Miss Reen on this occasion. Well, I've recently become interested in writing, and it seemed a good opportunity to practice. I thought giving an objective account of events would be straightforward, but it's surprisingly difficult. Reading it back, most of it sounds like gibberish. Also, there are a few creative liberties in the parts that you couldn't quite remember. Oops. In any case, I expect it will prove most valuable, providing I'm able to discern fact from embellishments. How will this affect me? Am I gonna get a headache again? With that taken care of, let's treat ourselves to some more snacks. Embellishments? I wonder. Oh, you're not still worried about that, are you? It was just you filling in the blanks, that's all. Here, take a look at this. It's gonna give me a headache because it's not gonna match. Again. I found this after I recovered from the last battle. It's another one of those crystals, the ones containing Eden's memories. Oh. As you focus on the crystal, visions of vanquished adversaries sear your mind's eye, appearing to be far more puissant than your recollections. Yes, I saw the images too. I'm glad the foes you actually fought weren't quite so ferocious. Nevertheless, now that we know what Eden truly is, we owe it to Mitron to keep these memories alive, altered though they may be. Gaia, are you sure about this? For all that rage and malice, there was some good in there, and these memories were of you, Chrane, so I want you to have the crystal. Think of it as a parting gift from Mitron.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I can do that.
Anyway, what was that you were saying about snacks, Reen? Maybe once we're done, I can take you for a ride. I've got transportation of my own now, you see. What? Whenever did you... Never mind. Sure, I'd love to go for a ride. And why don't we ask Chrane and Lure if they to come along too? I'm afraid there's only room for two. Maybe some other time. I hope those two will be happy together one day. And there they go. Whatever Miss Gaia beheld in this crystal seems to have quite resonated with her. If you like, I will keep it here on your behalf. Whenever you wish to gaze into its depths again, you need only say the word. Whom. Yep. There it is. That's a wrap on Eden. That was cool. That was a fun raid. I think I still prefer Omega, to be honest. But this was a really nicely put together little storyline here. It feels very important to the main story, and I find it quite funny that one of my friends who's done with Endwalker hasn't played this yet. Which we found out yesterday when we asked him if he wanted to queue with us. Yeah. I mean, story-wise, I guess that's us done in the first. Except for this last little quest in the Crystarium. Scorch. This quest, Shadow Walk With Me, that's the quest line you unlock for completing all the role quests, I'm assuming. How long is it? Not long. Should I do it now before the trials to wrap up the first? Yep. Okay. Then we will. So this is going to be the end of my travels in the first. Right here. I saved this quest specifically because I saw the image. I saw this and I was like, hey, whoa, we're not doing this. So, I guess it's finally time. The end of our journey here in the first. Well, if it isn't the great hunter himself. As if you don't know, all 4 of the cardinal virtues laid low, all with your help. You're the talk of the stairs, Chrane. When the night returned to Lakeland, we knew in our hearts that change was on the horizon. But never did I dare hope that you might help rid us of those terrible fiends. You've surpassed my wildest expectations. No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. Not mine, Glenard. When I first laid eyes on him, I had an inkling that he was the hero we'd been waiting for to come along. Ha! Easy to claim after the fact. If you'd indulge me, though, I would love to hear you tell how it all played out. The hunting of virtues, that is. My word, there's so much more to this than I realized. And there I thought you'd only had to track down the bloody things. Gods, the things you learn about the Warrior of Light. The Warriors of Light. So many secrets and details lost over time. And for all their hard work and sacrifice, they somehow brought about the flood? I can't say I understand it all, but it's a bloody tragedy it is. We should gather the others and toast their memories. Heroes of Eld, brave and true, to be remembered forevermore. Now, I'll thank you not to let your bleeding heart drive you to offer up a fortnight's stock of spirits. Attend to your other customers and let me speak with the hero of here and now. Is this his wife? Why? Or is he just a part owner? Whatever would I do without your good sense and wisdom? Very well, I'll leave you to entertain him, but don't think we won't be having that drink someday. Bye-bye. Chrane, I must thank you for sharing with us such incredible tales. It is only right that I repay you in kind. What? With the ending, that is. Is this the elf that was with them? Or like a daughter or granddaughter? With the story of the true villain who towers above the virtues, the devil more deserving of death than any that yet lingers in this world. Oh, we're gonna hunt her? If your curiosity has been piqued, then meet me at the top of the balcony overlooking the crystalline mean. I'll be waiting there until you do. Is this her? Oh boy. I was asking what the hell was the deal with the unnamed gladiator, I think she was. Ciela, yeah, that... Isn't that her name? Is that just her? Masquerading as a barmaid? What the hell? I thought it was gonna be like a granddaughter or something. It was like, you should know about my grandmother. She was a bitch. Like... Look at Tony Hawkins out here in the rain. Yeah, Ciela, I think that's her name. You came as I knew you would. Never met a mystery you could leave well alone, or a demon that you could let live, am I right? And this demon is undeniably deserving of death. Make no mistake, to cut them down would be just and proper. The act of a goodly person, and that is just what you are. I can see that. Yeah. No need to grow impatient or be offended, my friend. But before you pass judgment on this villain, you need first understand that their part in everything. Who they were to the fallen warriors of light, for instance. Of course, right about now you must be wondering how I know what I know. What a tavern wench of all people has got to do with any of this. I mean, you either are her or you're a descendant of her. Let me tell you then, I am the one who brought together the virtue hunters. I am the one who marked you as a potential ally to them and bade you join them in their quest. Oh. I alone knew what had to be done and what sort of sinner would be needed to see this tale of tragedy and betrayal brought to an end. But come, we have many moms ahead of us still, to Calusia and the Codger's Crook. I will go on ahead and wait for you there. Isn't Ciela her name, though? I think it was. Codger's Crook. Isn't this where I met Alphino for a drink? Have I met her before? Did they put that into the storyline of this? Or was that just someone else in the tavern that day? And I'm just wanting to push like pieces together. Okay, this looks like an arena. You are accustomed to life on the road, I see. As am I. Do you recognize this place? I thought you might. Here's where it began, where Arbert first met Lamet. Still young and lacking in experience, but possessed of so much potential. Heroes in the making, even the keen-eyed could see. They would only fulfill that promise much later, though, after joining with their other dear companions, Brandon and Renderay. And one other, an elven woman, not half bad with a sword. Ah, but perhaps you were already asking the question. Who? There were 5 warriors of light in all, but she would make 6. Yeah. So is it you or is it an ancestor? Indeed. After adding in Nilbert, there does seem to be one too many, but believe me when I say there was indeed a 6th adventurer lost to history, and her name was Silva. So, not your name. Though I doubt I need convince you of this truth, when you walked in the Virtue's memories, you saw her time and time again, did you not? Sure did. Then you saw the true villain, the traitor responsible for all their woes. Let us continue the story elsewhere, to Amareng and the Fields of Amber. So we're seeing the story in order now. I like that. So this is where he was lying half dead on the ground. And she healed him. Honestly, the role quests of this expansion are such a masterfully told part of this story. You saw the true villain's face in their memories, and I told you her name in Colusia, but what were her crimes, you ask? Hearken to my tale and you will learn. Silva had joined the others before they first met Neilbert. After their party of 5 came to this place, they took on a commission to slay a powerful beast that had taken up residence in the mines. That's where they met Neilbert, right? Yeah. Said beast was believed to be the instigator of ever more terrible tremors, and so time was of the essence, but during their hurried search, they crossed paths with their future companion, then a competitor aiming to usurp their prize. After another tremor triggered by the beast trapped them all underground, they had no choice but to work together to lay it low. But to their dismay, even after its death, the earth continued to shudder violently. Oh no! As the adventurers looked to each other in confusion, Neilbert strode towards the beast's body and grabbed hold of a curious stone. A stone brimming with untold ether that he had sought out that he might harness its power to rescue a loved one lost to the rift. But so powerful was the stone that it warped the flow of the life stream. Its very existence was a threat, and so when faced with the choice between one life and countless others, Neilbert wept and shattered the stone. He had held his comrade's salvation in his hands and cast it aside for the greater good. For his sacrifice he was judged a hero, and in that instant a warrior of light was born. In life, Neilbert was a pragmatic figure, whose wisdom and sagacity were admired by all. Little wonder that in death he would retain his virtue. Why are you showing such a smug face? But as Neilbert mourned the friend he forever lost, the betrayer Silva looked on in silent contentment, for they had taken the first step on their path towards becoming heroes, brave and true. His sacrifice had sparked the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. What ritual, you may wonder? Fear not, all will become clear in time. Come with me to Raktika, to the Cydia swamps. We must retrace the steps as they were taken to understand the depth of her treachery. Are you her, or are you a descendant? The smug face is making me question this a lot. Yay! La. I need helm beetles. That's 1 out of 2. Haha, come here. You big dummy. Go. Back to Lahi. Tell me more. This place too is familiar to you, no? From days recent and long since past. After the events in Amarang, Ardbert and his comrades grew in fame, spurring others to entreat their aid. The adventurers sought out greater and greater challenges, and in pursuit of another, they came to Raktika. While here, the hunter Rendaray learned that the notorious mark Balam quits. Balam quits. Balam quits. It's, it's the only thing I think about when I hear the name. It was near, and so, under cover of darkness, she slipped away from the others to slay the beast by herself. Like Neilbert before, of course, you already know what her motive was. Balam Quits had robbed her of her fellow hunters. Only vengeance would redress the balance. Moreover, she would not dare risk the lives of her new comrades. So terrified was she of the mere possibility that she might have to relive the terrible day. And so she faced Balam Quits alone, and would have surely died for it had Ardbert and the others not arrived in time to help. Like Neilbert before, of course, you already know what happened next. For her love, her conviction, and her resolve was she chosen by Hydaelyn. And from that day forward, Rendaray swore never again to betray her comrades' trust, to share with them the triumphs and tragedies, to relinquish the freedom she had once held in the highest. The bravest, most courageous hunter that ever was. That moment would define what she became in life and in death. Dude, don't do this face! Her sacrifice would hasten the transformation. It was fuel for the ritual to come. The betrayer Silva looked on, yet more satisfied. Like you now? They were oblivious to her machinations, unaware that they were dancing to her tune. The journeys continued, and so must ours, to Ilmeg and Lygia. I don't trust you. I don't trust you at all. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm trying to note down all their names as well. Rendaray. Hunter. What was the name of the healer? Oh, Neilbert. Neilbert is the mage. What is the name of the healer? Lamet. That's her name. Lamet. Okay. I don't remember what the name of the paladin is, but... Okay. Here we go. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. I can see why Lahi became such a meme song. Okay, we're about to talk about the paladin. It's Brandon. Is that it? I think it's Brandon. For some reason, it just came to me. I think it's Brandon. As beautiful now as it was then. You saw it too. Would you not agree? With the death of Balamquitz, the legend of Ardbert and his comrades had grown larger than ever. Thus emboldened, they came to the kingdom of Verbert. Verbert had long been troubled by what some had dubbed a magical plague. Innocents found transformed into misshapen fiends. That the kingdom's knights had no choice but to put down ere the contagion spread. Brandon had been one such knight. In his youth, he had served the Princess Soldia faithfully, only to be cast out for a single mistake. Thus did he take to the road where he met Ardbert and the others. Having grown stronger and wiser and more respected, Brandon felt it was time to return and redeem himself. And with the aid of his comrades, he did just that. Tadric, the court mage, was unmasked as the mastermind of Verbert's misery, and by disgraced knight's blade was he brought to justice. Hello. But with his dying breath, Tadric cursed the Princess Soldia, sentencing her to a fate worse than death. At her behest did he rise up his blade, and for the sake of the kingdom strike down his liege lady. With that single stroke he forever changed, though nearly not in the way that was necessary. He stood at the precipice and almost forsook his compassion for unflinching judgment, but mercifully turned aside at the last. Thus did he find and embrace true justice, that which weighs law and heart together and strives for the greater good. 'Tis a long, difficult road from which many stray, settling for simpler moralities, but I would expect no less of the man who became Dicaiasin. His sacrifice would strengthen the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. Are you... Like, this is some berserk shit that she's like... They were all branded for sacrifice. Beware the eclipse. As her companions grew ever more powerful, so too did the betrayer Silva. Bit by bit, they brought her closer to her goal. But it was not yet finished. To Colusia they returned, and so must we. Tomra and the next chapter of our tale awaits. Aha. Diddly diddly doo doo. Diddly doo 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 doo. So that would be the order you play them. Bada bada bada. Bada 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 bada. Okay, and here's where Lamet freed the dwarves, right? Slowly but surely, the adventurers were fulfilling their potential. Word of their deeds in Verbert spread like wildfire, and their legend grew ever larger. But for all their success, the fledgling heroes would be forced to endure more hardship and welcome more sacrifice. They pressed deeper into the depths of Raktika, towards ancient Ronka. 'Twas there that the dwarf Lamet came to a crossroads. For in claiming the magic she desperately desired, she would be forced to renounce something equally precious. Dwarves are a reclusive lot, wont to withdraw from the outside world that their many traditions might be preserved in isolation. When the stone blight began to spread, they chose to lock away the afflicted and refused to seek outside help. But Lamet would not abide this. She vowed to save her ailing kin, her sister among them, even if it meant violating dwarven law. With her newfound power, she returned and cured the sick, and for this she was banished by the Council of Elders. This came as no surprise, for she had made her peace with it long before, when she stood in that ancient ruin and called upon forgotten guardians to grant her forbidden knowledge. She knew then what the price would be. This is the quest you unlock after doing all 4 role quests in Shadowbringers. When you've hunted down all 4 cardinal virtues, is that what they call them? The 4 warriors of light. You get this, like, final quest to wrap it all up. You only did 2 of them. Ah, I see. Then, spoiler warning. Because I think this is about to turn out bad. She knew what the price would be. She had weighed her traditions and identity against the lives of those she loved and made her choice, though it pained her terribly and in ways only a dwarf could understand, and Heidelin, it would seem. Through hardship and sacrifice was a new warrior of light forged, a healer that knew more than any the value of life, and would do anything to see it preserved, even in death. Her sacrifice would nearly complete the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. Very soon then, very soon. For Arbert and his comrades had stumbled. Oh my god, this has to be her. This has to be Silva was her name, right? Because Arbert's soul is resting in me, and that's why she now wants to destroy me, because all the other souls are set free. She's gonna want to fight me at the end of this, I'm sure. For Arbert and his comrades had stumbled upon evidence of the larger design, threads linking together the disparate troubles of the realm. A name spoken only in whispers, the Shadowkeeper. The dog? A singular force sowing chaos and discord throughout Norvrent to an unknown end. If the Warriors of Light truly wished to save the world, then they would need to confront this villain amongst villains. And at the end of their exhaustive search, at the end of their struggle, who do you think they found waiting to welcome them with open arms? Oh. The answer to that awaits us in Lakeland, our final destination. The villain yet walks among us, Chrane, unknown and unpunished. Go on ahead and wait for me at Laxon Loft. There are preparations to which I must first attend. No clue what's happening, but it's probably somehow the Asian's fault. It always is. Yeah, most likely, yeah. Because this is all the fuckery that's been going on with the Warriors of Light before they lost their world and went to us. And something's about to go horribly wrong, because what do they call it? The Shadow Keeper? Yeah, the Shadow Keeper. That's the big black, like, demon wolf you fight in Eden. This one. And they fought him. And after that, the flood happened, I think, so... Yeah. It's for sure the Asians' fault. You're not wrong. Dressed in the gear from the Shadowkeeper rewards. Yup. Yeah, I knew it was you. But are you the Shadowkeeper? Is that what I'm about to learn? Did she become the host for the Shadowkeeper? Damn you, Silva! We were comrades in arms, friends! That we were and that we are. Everything I said, everything I felt, it was all true. You mean the world to me. You're the bloody Shadowkeeper! What in the hells was this for? I feel like this is an important part of the story. For you, for every one of you, to forge you into heroes worthy of her blessing, that she might choose you as her champions. A ruthless mage consumed by the pursuit of power to save his friend, no matter the cost, by his sacrifice, a warrior born. A mournful hunter scarred by tragedy, resolved never again to trust in others, by her sacrifice, a warrior born. He's gonna skip Ardbert because me, a disgraced knight who yearned to steal his heart in justice name, by his sacrifice, a warrior born. A troubled healer torn between tradition and love, by her sacrifice, a warrior born. It's just Ardbert remaining then. And their leader, an adventurer with a heart overflowing with love for his dearest comrades, who must now bring his axe to bear against his own. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. I am the villain you seek, the keeper of shadows from a world shrouded in dark. So she is the warrior of light, or dark in this case, warrior of darkness from the void, I'm assuming. Is she my reflection, or is she someone else, then? That's the question. By our struggle will this world be shattered, and its soul saved. Khan! Yeah. How are you still alive? Saw it all, did you? I thought you might. Mother's gift has a knack for showing us exactly what we need to see. If not what we want to, or when. They knew me as Silva, but my real name, it doesn't matter. Like you, I'm not of this world. I crossed the rift and came to the first. Yep, so are you my reflection or someone else? My home, the 13th, fell to dark in a calamity that mirrored the one which nearly claimed this world. I was one of several heroes who failed to save it. Yup. Yup. Asins on the damn moon, as usual. The boy, Unul Kalai. Oh! That's the guy from, the Warring Triad, the little boy. Unukalai, I have glimpsed him in your memories. He was a friend. Like him, I heeded the words of the Asians, and that I might redress the balance, I chose to come here and hasten a rejoining of worlds. A shard subsumed. That's a word I haven't seen before. A shard subsumed by dark demands a mirror of blinding light. This is what I was talking about. Because the void is fully consumed by the darkness, they need a world fully consumed by the light before they even dare attempt a rejoining. Primordial forces will strive to achieve equilibrium. I think I even used the word equilibrium when I talked about that. Jesus Christ. When this is on YouTube, I'll put that clip right here. But there was a solution. A single solution, I believe. Were a flood of light to consume this shard in its entirety, it would be of no use. The Ascians made it clear it must be brought to the brink, but no further. Oh. The task was difficult, but the plan simple. Souls predisposed to light, fledgling heroes in the making. I would bring together Ardbert and his comrades and groom them for a higher purpose. I would play the part of the comrade and guide their course, all the while laboring in secret to pit stronger and stronger enemies against them, until finally, once they were warriors of light, brave and true, I would reveal myself as a warrior of darkness, and extinguish their radiance forever. Thus would this world be primed for a rejoining, and the source for a calamity. The Ascians, who called themselves Mitron and Logarith, were confident it would succeed. Whoa! Tying that together perfectly with the raid. Goddamn! And indeed, Ardbert and the others rose to the occasion, as I knew they would. It was not to be. I had misjudged Ardbert. His comrades before him had made their sacrifices in turn, and as their mirror, I had grown stronger for it. Had he but embraced his role and struck me down, victory would have been mine. But Ardbert, dear Ardbert, would not forsake his heart. In the end, he chose mercy, he chose love, and I was undone. The rest you know. He sought up Mitron and Logarith and granted them what he refused me. They accomplished everything they set out to achieve, and then the flood came and washed it away. In the wake of my betrayal, I would look on from the shadows and reflect on my many sins as all fell to ruin, denied death then and now, and perhaps ever after as a fragment of my essence endures. But then one day, years ago, my fallen comrades rose again as the cardinal virtues. It coincided with the arrival of the first scions, I later realized, a defense against the forces being marshaled to undo my failure. I can but assume the Ascians planted the idea in Vothri's head. They were his creations after all, and with their graves in Yulmoran territory, it was doubtless a simple matter to have their bodies exhumed and prepared. Jesus, Vothri, fuck you. Who am I to speak, you may think, when I say this, but when I saw these abominations he had wrought in their image, I was filled with such despair, such anger. I cannot unwrite the past, my soul is stained with the blackest sin. I will not pretend that it can ever be otherwise, but this act, this I could not ignore. If the Ascians were going to such lengths, then surely others would cross the rift in due time. And so I hatched a plan. I would assume the guise of Ciela, and as her take up residence in the Crystarium, where I would take measures to bring together the most ambitious of adventurers, individuals driven by more than mere coin, virtue hunters. That way, when the enemy the Ascians feared more than any came to the first, the stage would be set. They would join the hunters' quests, and together unmake Vothri's simulacra and lay their souls to rest once more. And so you did, Chrane. The virtues are no more, but the one ultimately responsible for their creation, the devil who set them on their doomed path, lingers still. You know all there is to know of the heroes who saved this world. The truth I kept hidden in the shadows is yours. And there are no more secrets to share. And so I ask you now to grant me that which Ardbert could not. Death. If I were to strike her down, wouldn't that make me more powerful? If she's a reflection of me? You still have a duty to others. No, don't do this. Don't spare me like he did. How can you stand there and say I deserve to live, knowing everything I did, the lives I destroyed, the chaos I wrought? The Warden's pale in comparison. Surely there is no greater villain than the Shadowkeeper. Which is why you must live to atone for your deeds. Death is no comfort to the living. You must live to atone for your deeds. I should have expected a hero would say something like that. How does one even seek atonement? It is an undiscovered country, with no charts or stars to guide. How will I even know when I find it? Perhaps I may yet find purpose in preserving my comrade's legacy, in helping others to understand the sacrifices that made them true heroes. For now I shall return to the Crystarium and continue to assist Glinard, while spreading the forgotten tales of the Warriors of Light. You would have been good friends, you and Ardbert, in another life. He's in here. Don't worry. Maybe you and I as well. Well, that was wholly depressing. I tell you, I'm not at all accustomed to wearing armor any longer. Simply moving about in it is enough to tax my strength. And fighting? Any one of Captain Lena's recruits could probably put me flat on my back. That's a sentence. Fortunately, I don't rely on my sword to spread the truth of my fallen comrades' deeds. Only words and the passage of time will see their legacy redeemed in the eyes of the people. Thank you for accompanying me on my journey of remembrance, Chrane. May your deeds ever be remembered and celebrated as all heroes deserve. Living memory. There's another one. Goddamn. Ciela appears surprised, though not displeased to see you again. If it isn't Chrane loitering about the stairs just like any old evening. And here I was worried that you'd gone back to your world for good, and I was too late. It's just that I've been thinking about the crystals belonging to the Warriors of Light. I hear they ended up with you after you lot defeated the Virtues. I assume you have Ardbert's as well. Indeed. That does seem appropriate. His bond with Seto is deep and enduring. As for the others, I had hoped you might be persuaded to leave them in my care. It was only right that they, like Ardbert, should accompany you on your journey to set this world back on its proper course. Yet you now have a home you must return to, while the first is theirs. After all they did to keep it safe, they deserve to be here to see what its future holds. Yeah. Oh, don't make that face. I know it's a big decision, but it needn't fall entirely to you. There are others here who care for the Warriors of Light as much as you do, aren't there? I know what to do with Brandon. Oh. Giot! She has the best questline out of all of them, I think. She's crazy. Now that's some damn fine ale. How many should I order for you? I know you ain't much of a drinker, so 6, 7? What? You want to help decide the fate of Lamet's Crystal and the others too? Does this place have any bigger tankards? Well, if you insist, Lurik owes me drinks, plural, so I'll make sure he joins us. Find me Granson while I'm at it. You go and wait with Sarah and Tainer. Order around while I'm out. You hear?
The true hero. Hero? What? The true hero.
Sarah.
Good to see you, Chrane. What did you say? What did you say that has Giot so worked up?
The crystals, huh? That does sound like a conversation worth getting everyone together for. Did Lurik really promise to pay for Giot's drinks? That's a disaster in the making.
Not just hers, rounds for the lot of us. Might be the lad yet has a few things to learn about coin and the scarcity thereof. Still, I'll not turn down his generosity. Go and tell the barkeep we'll be needing food and ale for the table.
Fine, but please try to exercise some restraint. I'll not carry you back to the room again. Hey. Here we are. How much of a head start did you get? Should I ask him to bring out the cask?
She has a problem. I reckon we should hear Chrane out first. So you're telling me that the barmaid was one of Neilbert's companions, not to mention the Shadow Keeper? And from a different world, that's laying it on a bit thick. She is, but that's irrelevant. To the point at hand.
It certainly raises questions.
Quite, such as how she retains her youthful visage.
Not that. I had my suspicions about her. The other night, I was at the counter quaffing my ale, having a grand time, and the next I realized I'm outside with a guild to my name. And it ain't the first time.
Without a guild to my name, I guess.
It could only be the power of the Shadow Keeper. And not that you drink enough to fell a small army.
If Chrane says it's true, I'm inclined to believe it, which leaves us with the matter of entrusting the crystals to her. She's right that this was Brandon's home, the others too, and it's home to their most important memories. Not all of them good, maybe, but everyone they loved is laid to rest here.
I agree. Neilbert belongs here. Arbert's crystal is with Seto in this world. Lamet would want to be near. Renda Ray as well, I think. She'd want to be with her friends in a place that she loved.
Then we are in agreement.
It seems we all agree. A toast then to the Warriors of Light.
Oh boy. To the Warriors of Light. This girl has a problem. Drink up, I'm paying it, and as bounty hunters, I expect you all to take proper advantage of that. Hate to disappoint, but I'm not much for alcohol. This juice looks nice, though.
That's not...
That was unexpected. What a way to go.
How did you manage this? Twice the mess in half the time as normal patrons, I swear. I overheard your conversation, by the way. Do you agree with your friends? These crystals are yours, Storykeeper. That's a way better name for her than Shadowkeeper. I mean, that must feel real nice to have like a redeeming name. Their legacies are safe with me. You have my word. Thank you. Huh? I can feel them. Their memories. Why? Why, damn it? You're all just like Ardbert. I betrayed you, I manipulated you, and still... You thought of me as a comrade, a friend, until the very end. The contrast between these two tables. Insane. We finally managed to clean up after you lot, for the most part. Perhaps next time we should set down a tarpaulin? I don't know what that is. Nevertheless, I'm grateful to you for entrusting these to me. And as long as I live, I will never stop sharing the true tale of the Warriors of Light, of my friends. She has one more? She's not finished with you yet. Seeing the lot of you together like that, it reminds me of the old days. Ardbert and the rest drinking and bickering and laughing, drove each other half mad at times. But there was never any question of who'd be there when times got tough. Can't help but wonder, can I? If I'd had companions like that back home, could it have been saved? I'm not the only one who tried, though. Each of us stood alone. There was Unukalai. That nigh unpronounceable name sounds familiar. We've met. He was working with Elidibus at the time. In the Warring Triad. Yes, he too was one would-be savior of the 13th, and was spared his fated demise by Asian devices. We spoke once, after the destruction of our world. If the others could be saved, we thought we yet had parts to play. What he's up to now that Elidibus is gone, though, I have no idea. Has he found himself a new role, as I have? Will he become the new Elidibus? Or does he feel as adrift as we were back then? If you encounter him in the source, I ask that you help him find a way forward, just as you have helped us, all of us here. Oh, shit. I thought that was a... Like, you know, if you somehow... No, I'm legitimately going to see him. Okay. Unukalai. Can't believe I'm actually gonna meet him again. I'm not talking to you, Kryle. I'm not talking to you. The same stuff. Okay. I'm just so happy every time I see him. Enter the Solar. Has he been here this whole time? Have I just forgotten about the fact that he's standing in here? Probably. Well met, Chrane. What brings you here today? Urianger did appraise me of your travels in the first, and of what became of Elidibus at long last, but I was not aware that you were working with Silva. I consider her a comrade of sorts, though our time together was short. Looking upon the twisted remains of the world you tried to save creates a bond that few can understand. At that time we spoke of what we could hope to achieve with our newfound immortality and our regrets. Though I then believed what had happened to be the natural result of my age and inexperience, I now think this is merely the least painful explanation I could offer myself. Silva's right. We ought to have sought each other out before it was too late. I would not make the same mistake again. With the warring triad gone, I am indeed in need of a new purpose, but to seek it alone is folly. I should like to speak with Silva, assuming such a thing is possible. As I mentioned, she understands how I feel more than any other. Of course, all I require is your soul. There may be a way. You speak of the spirit vessel, correct? The means by which the scions return to the source. If I understand the principles at work correctly, then it was a near miracle that you succeeded in bringing them back without killing them. So of course I'll try it. If Elidibus is to believe, however, my current state makes me something of an exception in matters of life and death, in which case there is naught to be lost from making the attempt. Please say you'll help. Okay. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. We need an expert in spirit vessels. Thancred? I know you know nothing about how to wield ether, but please, it's time to take the course. Yeah. Pray forgive the delay. Thou did seek my counsel. This is my first mission with Urianger since we're back. Aye, the gifts granted by young Unu-Kalai by Hydaelyn and the Ascians may prove a boon in easing the transition. However, I know not to what extent, nor what might befall thy spirit should it be lost betwixt worlds. Nevertheless, I know that this is my path forward. Please, Urianger. Please, Urianger. Very well. If thou believest that thou shalt find new purpose in the first, I will do all in my power to see thee safely there. We shall be but a few moments. Mayhap a worthy tome might keep thee occupied whilst I perform the necessary magics. Decent spot. I knew you'd end up talking to this kid, so I always thought it was really funny every time you mentioned him. Yeah, I did suspect him to be the Crystal Exarch, just a few years older. It's funny that he came back to actually be a part of the storyline in some way, though. Me being like, it's that damn kid that I don't know the name of, and shocker that I don't know the name of Unu-Kalai, or whatever the hell his name is. It was even a dialogue option for this kid. Like, the boy with the nigh unpronounceable name. 'Tis done. Pray God his vessel well. Oh, he's already a crystal. Okay. It's like he walked out of here, put him in a backpack, and then gave it to me. Unu-Kalai is, as I and the other scions were on the first, a soul without form, yet no true body. Thus 'twas a simple matter to transfer him to the vessel using the self-same process as before. To withdraw his essence once across the rift ought to prove similarly straightforward. However, I fear that such an existence cannot sustain itself indefinitely. Look to the Ascians' example. Their persistent use of flesh and blood vessels surely hath cause. So we have to find a body for him. Be it danger akin to that which would have befallen us had we not returned to the source. I know not, but the time may come when the boy requireth a fully corporeal form. Should this come to pass, I trust that thou shalt come to his aid. For the moment, however, thou needst only convey the spirit vessel to Becklug. Farewell, both of thee. Thank you, Urianger. I haven't looked at the map for Shadowbringers, really. Looks sick. Do, do, do. Classic harp. This fucker right here. The one I expected to be the Asian with Xenos, which turned out to be wrong. Back again, are you? I'm flattered that you've grown so fond of Dorvant. Or I would be, but you have that expression you'll not always wear when you're about to ask me for something. Here's a boy in a bottle. Take care of him. You did what? After all the perils your friends faced and the labors we undertook to return them to your world, you brought another soul across the rift? Have you no common sense? Nope. It's fine. Just work your magics, whatever. Nope. Clearly. Nevertheless, for my own peace of mind, I'll assume you have a compelling reason for this. Removing spirit from vessel will be easy enough, I suppose. However, it requires a few moments without your breathing down my neck. Also, your friend is unlikely to materialize with clothes on, so I doubt they'll want an audience. You should wait here, perhaps take the opportunity for some self-reflection. Yes, depressed Master Splinter. I'm sorry. Oh, very well, at least I tried. We'll find you at the Wandering Stairs directly then. So in the end, we're kind of reforming their little party. Even though they never really had the chance to fight together, I guess we're giving them the chance now. You want me to speak with someone? Very well, you've done the same at my requests often enough. How long are we meant to wait for this friend of yours? I do have work to do, you know. Hello. Here you are. Pardon the delay. It took some time to acquire robes of an appropriate size. Is this them? Over here. New clothes. Silva. What? Onukalai? Oh, no! Indeed it is. Trust me, I can hardly believe it that I'm here myself. I should think so. When I sent Chrane to ask after you, it never occurred to me that you might be able to cross the rift without Asian aid. Lost your taste for subterfuge, I see. My choices and my reasons are my own now. If I am to have faith in them, in myself, I cannot hide who I am. Right, he was always wearing a mask. Forgot about that. Speaking of which, Onukalai was kind enough to fill me in, unlike some, and I was interested to hear of an erstwhile hero of the 13th serving libations at the Wandering Stairs, but that this hero should be you surpasses the scope of even my considerable imaginings. Was that you at Grune's Licht so long ago? Not so long to me, or you mayhap, though I had thought I might at last put those days behind me. But perhaps this is for the best. They're not all bad memories. They never are. I was unsure if it was backlog in the flashbacks, but I guess it was. I should very much like to hear your story, should you be willing to share it. Our world, like this one, had its share of would-be heroes, myself and Anukalai among them. Unlike your warriors of light, however, each was unaware of or unconcerned with our fellows. But to fight alone is to fall alone, and the insidious ether of the aura site used to seal primals, corrupted one's noble souls and turned them, one by one, to darkness. Even those who resisted this fate could not escape its consequences. No surprise, perhaps, as we continue to struggle in solitude. We were spared by Asian machinations, but only as our world met its death. But what if that death could be undone? I was told that much of the first was consumed by light, as our home was by darkness. Yet balance and life are being restored to even that scoured land they called the empty. If such a thing is possible, then why not the reverse? Could we not bring light back to the 13th? Even the Asians considered the 13th lost. Thus was it excluded from the rejoining. But what say you? You have a way of making miracles happen. The world of darkness was not in a state I'd consider salvageable. Anything is possible. That doesn't sound like an empty platitude coming from you. It was the same with Arbert's. Pardon the interruption, but might I suggest a closer examination of conditions of the 13th before we form any conclusions? Are we doing this now? We could use the crystal tower to open a void gate, couldn't we? Please. We've done that before. Have you lost your head? The crystal tower is not a toy, and you are not to use it to unleash great and terrible void sent upon this world. According to the records, there was a group who worked out how to open small void gates, through which to summon minor fell beasts and the like. Magics of that nature should work, though I am unsure if any with knowledge of the original technique yet live. There is one right over there. How fortunate. Let us inquire with this Tainer immediately. Yes, you do that. In the meantime, I will ready a means for peering into the depths of the void without endangering ourselves. Use these to contact me when you are prepared to open the gate. We are doing this? This is crazy. We shall at the very first opportunity, I promise. This is rather longer than I expected. It's one hell of a wrap-up, though. So it's a pleasure, Chrane. Aye, but who's your friend? I don't believe we've met. We have not, as I'm not from this world. The situation is rather complicated, but I hope that you might be willing to assist me. It is true that we had the means to open such portals. We call them hollows, and it was through one of these that I was drawn into the rift. So it's possible? Not with my power alone. I understand the greatness of your need, and were Neilbert still at my side, I should be glad to make the attempt. But the technique required and combined force of our energies in resonance. required the combined force. So I'm assuming these two are gonna summon a void gate. If one person's... probably not now, but next time I meet them. If one person's magics are insufficient, perhaps I could assist. From what I can sense, our ethereal reserves are roughly equivalent, and our physical similarities suggest that our energies are not incompatible. I fear you underestimate the difficulty of the task. Neilbert and I were born for this, and even so, it took us years before our efforts were perfectly in step. But he's been doing Asian magic. I realize that it's a lot to ask considering we just met, but could we not at least attempt it? Yours is the only such magic I've ever heard of, and if we might actually be able to save my home. May I interject? You will recall that the crystals in my possession preserve the memories of the former Warriors of Light, including Neilbert's in ethereal form, and Unukalai here has a particular talent for interpreting the minds and motives of ethereal beings, the primals. If I could apply the same principles to interpret Neilbert's crystal... This is crazy. What a quest line to have locked behind a bunch of role quests. An experiment worth trying at the least. I'll fetch it. Speak to me, Neilbert. Do his memories of training with Tainer remain? They do, and such strong sentiment with them. Tainer, you should know that Neilbert desired nothing so much as to rescue you, his dearest friend. He held so fiercely to his memories of the technique you mastered together because he hoped that they might be your salvation. Oh, Neilbert, I won't let them go to waste. I will do what I can to help see the 13th restored. Thank you. I won't pretend I understand the half of what's going on here. Just keep them from running headlong into anything too dangerous, will you? Yo. Nothing to worry about so long as you're around, I'm sure. Wicked White, I nearly forgot. I have half a dozen orders to fill. You know where to find me when you've made progress with the gates. How long is this quest line? Okay, there's 2 more quests. Okay. If you have no objection, Tainer, I would like to practice creating hollows as soon as possible. Of course, but not within the Crystarium. If we succeeded in opening the smallest window into that realm, it's likely that fell creatures will emerge. Follow me. Ba-da-ba-da. I have to leave in like 50 minutes, so I'm hoping this will wrap up before then. I'll be away for like 30 minutes and then I'll be back. I don't know if I'm going to cut the stream or if I'm just going to leave it on. Be right back. Why am I running? Hello, boys. Summoning, are we? Assuming no one ventures near, this location should be suitable, Unukalai. When I give the word, begin channeling your ether. Neilbert's memories will have told you as much. But it is imperative that you maintain focus on our ethereal resonance throughout this process. With that in mind, Chrane, I ask that you take care of any creatures that emerge from the hollow. They should not be of a strength to challenge you, and it will allow us to adjust our attunement without risk. I got you, boys. Let us begin. Come on. Flow where I tell you to. Let me attempt to match your focus. It opened. It's small, but enough to let something through. Be ready, Chrane. Ooh, the song in the cutscene. Wait, why did the song break? Hold up. What a vibe killer. Oh, hi people. What is that sword? Oh, it's the Chaos Bringer, right? I have seen that before. What the hell? Wind up Susanoo? What the hell are we doing? Oh, thanks. The hell? Wait, is this the mount? It is. What the hell was that? What the hell? They showed up and gave me a chair and disappeared. I have a chair. What the hell? What the hell just happened? Random person, like drive-by trade. What the hell? Okay. Thanks. That's cool. Funny as hell. And cool. That's so random. I do have both the pets though. So I'll hold on to them for someone who needs them. That was far too much effort for such a small gate. On the contrary, given this was your first attempt, it's incredible that we succeeded at all. Now, try synchronizing your breath with mine. Focus on the rhythm of the ethereal flow. Alright, I'm ready. Wow, wow, wow. So we went from the overworld battle music to now the more dramatic music, because the hole is larger. Of course, the void scent may be proportionally stronger. Whoa! One of the souls. Wish the music stayed, though. Wish the same song kept playing. That's the Persona fan in me speaking. Okay, boys. Where your breath ends, mine begins. Where your ether flows, mine flows. Mine follows? Is that what he said? Together. Unbelievable. Full attunement so soon. Be ready, Chrane. Whoa. Now that's a hell beast. I think I've grasped the principle now. I only need to remember the feeling for next time. I almost feel as if I do remember it. Your Aether is familiar somehow, but that's impossible, of course. Oh. He could be part of the reflection for Neilbert's. Or like they're both reflections of someone else, but like... Would they be reflections of Urianger in that case? If things work like that? A bounty of hunters. Now that Tainer and I are capable of performing the necessary magics, I should like to make an attempt at investigating conditions on the 13th. Might I trouble you to contact Becklug? Chrane, are you there? I hope you've not lost focus on the void problem. I have an exciting breakthrough to share. A work of Porksy-related genius, if I do say so myself. Becklug, excellent timing. We've made considerable progress as well. And are ready to open a portal when you are. Well then, what say you meet me at Laxed Loft forthwith? It's far enough from any major aetherites as to avoid the sort of ethereal interference that would be a hindrance to our observation of the void. Very well, we will see you at this Laxen Loft anon, or as soon as I can locate it. I'll lead the way. I too am eager to be one step nearer to our goal. And you don't mind if I think of it as our goal, do you? I would be honored. Thank you, Tainer. Ba-da-ba-da. Kalhai. Unu Kalhai. That's how you spell it. Okay. I'm trying to find like mirrors to all of the Warriors of Light from in our world, in the warriors from the shards, to see if there's some crossover. Like so far, I have the warrior of the party is the Warrior of Light, the one we're playing. It's Silva and it's Ardbert. Then we have Urianger, would be Unukalai, and Neilbert as the mage. Then we're missing other reflections from the 13th, but we have Y'shtola being the healer and her mirror being Lamet, the Lalafell in the first. Thancred's reflection being Brandon, the knight. Gratia's reflection being Renderay, as they're both archers. I don't know if this like affects any of them, or if it just affects me because my character is like specifically one of the original beings just shattered. But I would assume that's the case for everyone to some degree, because they had to come from somewhere. What the hell do I know? But I'm gonna keep track of that just in case it becomes relevant. I also don't remember the name of the Warrior of Light when he was on the Council of the 14 in Amarot. The name tied to the crystal. Well, this place fits what we're about to do. It appears Beck Lug is yet to arrive. Patience, Anukalai. I hope you weren't waiting too long. What, you didn't think I'd want to see this for myself? The 13th was my home too, if you recall. Quite. Though, as I explained, we won't be... Is this, Angelo? Though, as I explained, we won't be the ones doing the seeing. Strictly speaking, this familiar will gather all the information we need, assuming you two can create a hollow for it to pass through. That will do nicely. Now fly, my Porksy, fly! Ah! Death. Well, it's made it in. And something's coming out. Whoa. Skull Greymon? Ew. Loki? My, that's an ugly one, isn't it? That time it played an even higher level song, this time for one of the like dungeon bosses. Dvalin. It does look like the devil, doesn't it? Dead. Thank you for clearing that up. The Porksy ought to be back at any moment now, though I can't sense it. Odd. Perhaps it's lost. If Chrane created an etheric beacon as he did for me, it might find its way back more easily. That may work. Give it a go. Remember when we weren't supposed to go too close to these things? Keep at it. Aha! A distinct Porksy-like presence. I see the snouts. There we are. Now close that hollow before anything follows. I believe it has performed its task thoroughly, as instructed. Good Porksy. With luck, its observations may indeed lead us to a means of driving the darkness from the 13th. However, I would need to review its findings and details before I could tell you more, and it could take years to deduce a suitable solution. I will bet you it will happen before Dawn Trail takes place. Because Endwalker is supposed to tie up all of this stuff, right? So I'm assuming it's either going to happen in Endwalker or during the patches. That's my guess. I have not been spoiled on anything regarding that, and you know that I tell you as soon as I reach something I've been spoiled on. So that's just my prediction at this point. And I do not want any confirmations whatsoever. I admit that I'm impatient to find a way forward, but I have endured millennia with half as much hope as I have now. If I must wait, then that is what I shall do. Like Chrane and your warriors of light, I will persevere until my world is safe once more. That is what a hero does. I think you'll make a good one. You as well. If that's the end of the excitement for the time being, we should head back to the Wandering Stairs. Clear out that pall of anxiety Sarek is spreading all over the place. Does anyone else get like stunned when they hiccup? My entire body is like strikes me back. But then I do it once and then it just doesn't keep on happening. It's like I'm about to get the hiccups. It delivers a devastating blow, leaving me stunned for a few seconds, and then it just leaves. But I'd rather that than it sticking around and me having the hiccups for like 5 minutes. That'd be annoying as hell. Hello. Ah, you've returned hale and whole. Not that I had any doubt you would, of course. Ah, and how did your search of the Hollow go? We may have the information we need to save the 13th. It may be some time, years maybe, until we can be certain, but I will be here for as long as it takes. On that subject, I've been thinking. Would you be interested in joining us? As a bounty hunter, I mean. Sarek and I hunt down sin eaters and other threats. Not a bad idea. The first was saved, but it remains far from safe. You could help us protect the people here. I think I would quite like that, protecting people. If I can do that, then perhaps I will find the strength I need when the time comes. Uh-oh. Strength, you say? Sounds like you could use a dwarf with a massive hammer. Oh! The rest of the group. I may have shared the tale of the 13th with a few other noted hunters. Aye, I know what it feels like to fight for something you've already lost, to need to find a way to make it right. And I know that it's not easy to fight on your own, inconvenient as that little truth may be. And my axe. Thus a new team is born. This calls for a toast. She's a menace. I don't object so long as this lot carries their weight. I'm a bounty hunter, not a Fuka herder. Accept it. Thank you so much, all of you. I would be honored to fight at your side. I shall do my best to justify the faith you have shown in me, and to save my home someday. I hope we can visit it together. Me too. What a quest line. Friends indeed. That was really good. Now, here's where I'm at with my thought process right now. That is a wrap on the Shadowbringers content, right? The Shadowbringers story. We're done in the first. That's it. So my current thought process is, because I need to be out of here in like 30 minutes. Then I'll be back after 30 minutes. So my thought process is, should I try to get through the trials tonight, hopefully before the queues die out for the evening, or should I just end the stream now and then do the trials tomorrow? That's like where I'm at right now. Tomorrow, that's where I'm leaning towards, honestly. Because it is starting to get later. It's not late yet, but it's getting later. There's a fair bit of solo stuff between trials. Yeah, I had a feeling there would be. So I honestly think we should just leave it off right here then. Having said our goodbye to the first. Unukalai now having like a group of friends, a real team. There is doubtless much I can learn from work as a bounty hunter, especially with Tainer as my guide. At loose ends, are you? You're welcome to loiter about here. Same stuff as always. It's nice to feel like I'm something grand is in motion again. Perhaps Arbit rubbed off on me more than I anticipated. We'll do all of these, and then we'll call it a day. How fare you of late? Still tending the bar, cleaning up after drunkards and Glenard. I'm gonna lower the music volume a bit. It's very loud. Still tending the bar, cleaning up after drunkards and Glenard. If this is the punishment you had in mind, I struggle to fathom a harsher fate. in all seriousness, probably gonna boost the volume a little bit, I continue to use my spare moments to entertain patrons with stories of the Warriors of Light, and thanks to your recent exploit, it's never been easier to find willing ears. What's more, with no more imposter walking about deceiving the masses, I am now free to share the tale in its entirety. To speak the unadulterated truth, it seems I'll remain in my calling as a tavern wench for a while yet. Shadowkeeper. Why, only the greatest villain of her day, the mysterious architect of countless tragedies all across Norvrent, who finally faced justice at the hands of the Warriors of Light. The betrayer whose defeat set in motion events culminating with the Flood of Light. But you knew that much, didn't you? Before I took that name, I was known by another in the 13th, a shard all but subsumed by darkness. There I met the Asians, who convinced me that the only path to salvation was to embrace the dark and journey unto this world. I had two objectives. One was to raise up heroes, brave and true, worthy champions of light, Ardbert and the others. I would join them in their journey and shepherd them unto glory. Heroes need enemies to grow stronger, and so I sowed the seeds of discord. From Lakeland to Colusia, from Amareng to Ilmeg, I set in motion events that would forever change the lives of my comrades and countless others. My second objective was contingent on the first. I would confront the adventurers forged by hardships into warriors of light and strike them down at the height of their power, ensuring that the delicate imbalance between the primordial forces would be preserved just so. But in the end I failed. I wonder how her as the Shadowkeeper pertains to the Shadowkeeper form of the wolf in the raid. Like if the one in the raid is just an exaggeration of what she was in the story, or if there's something more there that we don't know yet. Arbert, Lamet, Brendan, Renderay, Neilbert. These are the names of the villains responsible for the Flood of Light, which nearly destroyed our world. Lies and slander, of course. They were all as much victims of fate as any of us. They traveled the length and breadth of Norvrent, helping those in need, and for their deeds came to be known as heroes. But sometimes all it takes to destroy your reputation is a bad turn. And yet, despite everything that happened, they refused to give up. They cut a deal with the man in white and made one last desperate gamble. But you know the tale better than me, don't you? Tell me about Eden. Eden? And what should I know about that? Mitron? You're quite certain? And a girl bearing Lawgriff's soul? I thought I sensed something oddly umbral about the Crystarium of late. Arbert meant to put an end to the whole business, but truth be told, I wouldn't mind retreading old memories a bit. It might be nice to share a pint with the girl, once she's of age, of course, as a matter of fact. I do think this Gaia would make a good waitress. No? Damn. As I mentioned, me and Unukalai met in our previous lives, or should I say, while we were properly alive. This never gets less confusing. In any case, we each fought to protect the 13th, but alone as we were, I can hardly say that I know the details of his efforts. Only the regrets that we shared after. It wasn't too long before we went our separate ways, to play our separate parts, yet here we are again. One last chance to walk the noble path together, who can say? And here is where we shall leave them until next we meet. That's a wrap on Eden. That is a wrap on the role quests. That is a wrap on the first. Tomorrow we're doing the trials for Shadowbringers. That's it. We're leaving it off here. So, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for taking the time to watch. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.